There can only be war. Hello, Kami, Dr. Rex, Slagax, Friff, Tarmf, Chapel, welcome, welcome. Here's hoping you, heal from your sickness there, Rex. Hopefully, the blood of Greenskins can accommodate. My everything is still on fire over here. Hey, motherfucker. Jesus, that guy's got a big-ass sword. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? Like, I was thinking that looked a little choppy. What is wrong with my connection today? I'll see if it clears up after the fight, but if it doesn't, I'm gonna quickly go reset my router. Because it's looking kind of fucking choppy. Hey, oh. Oh, don't you worry. It'll end as it always does. It'll end in blood. He's dead. The man opener. With a specialty cleaver. Not cleaver, I mean club. Got his weapon. That's a tight little situation over there. Casually just beat an orc to death, why not? That's a kill. We call that bulldozing through the enemy. Let's see. Yeah, most of my shooters need to be dedicated south for the moment because there's a lot of heat coming that way. Whoop. Unfortunate miss, but it is what it is. I am blessed. Gotta crunch through the armor somehow. Oh, whoop. Didn't see him there. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Kill Baruch up top. Gotta keep stabbing the joints. Maintain the back line. Abe does her job and just keeps them pinned while breaking armor. Remember, that's a good thing in this circumstance. Also, hello, Glaive. How do, my dude? Stall for the moment, see what I can't do about that situation. So I might need to rotate you out. He's out. We love it when the double kill happens. That is an understandable pain. Ain't gonna give you shit for that one. I summoned the wolf. Yeah, no, immune to knock. He's got that shit. Cut off their avenue of running. Sure. That was strictly helpful. Die. Kill. There we go, Elite's dead. Some of them are actually rather quite intelligent. The problem is, it's not the smartest who makes it to the top of their society, it's the strongest. That is actually a pretty nice mace. Also the fact of, they totally 100% stole that fucking mace. Meanwhile, it's a one-handed sword that can crush shields, and is very effective on armor. Not a bad sword, actually. It is perhaps a more honest method than the method of man. But the method of man, on the other hand, has led to prosperous society that is ever growing. Oh, another Lindworm contract. A line of peasants stand outside of Bernard the Trademaster's door. You cut by them all, and when a few protest, you grab the handle on your sword. Bernard the Trademaster jumps out of his door and intervenes. Ease up, everyone. This is the mercenary I wanted to hire. Sir, please, let me explain the short tempers. Lindworms are ravaging the countryside, and we need a strapping young sellsword such as yourself to slay them all. Are you interested? The once angry peons now stare at you as though you were a savior. The ranger gains another level. Big game hunter. When fighting beasts, gain an additional modifier that deals bonus damage based on the percentage of the target's missing hit points. The more they have lost, the more bonus damage is dealt up to the total damage of the attack. When not fighting beasts, gain 10% range damage modifier, but no additional modifier. And it only works with ranged weapons. Gee, I wonder why. I'm still experiencing some of the suck. That might be our lindworms over there. There they are. No stolworms in the bunch, but plenty of lindworms. Dust clouds belch from a distant cave entrance. As you draw near, you can hear the hiss of lindworms and intermittent growling of something else nearby. Look, sir! Kami points to the rim of the cave's dugout. There's a pair of Notchazurs tackling a lindworm, one being slung around as it gets hold onto its tail. The other is hand-fighting its maw to not get bit. The monsters are fighting one another. Shaking your head, you draw out your sword and order the men to formation. Looks like this was going to be a proper barnstormer if there ever was one. Oh, there's skin ghouls present. Awesome. Well, I haven't seen a lot of the variant lindworm situation, so this is actually kind of neat to experience. I'm seeing a lot of natural armors. Holy shit. Make ready, pull arms. Off by one. Oh, I don't think my, well, it doesn't look like my Lindworm Slayer is out ready for the field, so, Kill at your discretion. No, he's not. Vaudon is not the Lindworm Slayer. Very much a zoning fight. Hello there, Kingdom Hero. Welcome, welcome, sir. Good to hear that it is delight that is brought rather than pain. It's still the same weapon skill. Got greedy there. And nailed my shot perfectly. Actually, I could have stalled on that one. Whoops. That is called the brain autopiloted to commit to the kill. Bink. Big Nacho over there. Alrighty. Beep. Hi, Cuddle. Flip you in, and 1, and 2, and chucked. Nailed it. That was actually a risky shot, but we nailed that. Okay, what in the fuck is going on up north? Not having the bird does suck in this particular field. Let's see. Really? The bush is blocking my shot? Fuck you. Okay. More lindworm smoothie. It goes. I've been finding myself a little busy as of late, but other than that, I am good. It probably takes closer to, like, reptile or something, because, you know, it's giant dragon. Probably really gamey, like, crocodile, maybe. Dragon's dead. Good news for you, lads. There is plenty of dragon meat to go around. Gotta grapple the dragon to death. Don't appreciate that. That dragon's just fucking off. My friends are all dead. Don't like that one. That should do. That should be combat over. We'll see if Dragon Boy wants to play. Nah, looks like combat's over. Oh, there's still a skin ghoul in play. That is a team effort right there, though. A skin ghoul is not something to underestimate. And now that is a problem. Rouge goes right back into the belly. Ah, yes, the infatigable bush. He's dead. It is indeed why we never go alone. Bleed counts as kill. Well, I got some skin ghoul parts. And 2 dragon potions. You crouch beside a lindworm and take your hand over its skin. The way you figure, the scales are long and sharp enough to cut your fingers off if it jammed in between the wedges. You then stand akimbo over the head and stare into its maw, getting a measure of its teeth with your hands and its gullet with the steel of your sword. Squirrel Wizard comes to your side and asks what they're to do next. You unsheath your sword from the limward's throat, wipe it clean, and sheath it proper. You order the men to skin a few of the beasts and make ready a return to Bernard the Trademaster. The Dragon Smoothie does as follows. Perfects physique, removing any negative physical traits and adding positive ones. 15 hit points and extra 15% damage. And the character's blood burns with acid, damaging adjacent attackers whenever they deal hit point damage. That's more of a consolation perk than anything else. But if you get caught out... Oh, when you get the perk? Huh. You have only taken the spider smoothie from what it looks like. So if you want dragon smoothie, you should be able to quaff. Yeah, lindworm serum. Because dragon only very recently became an option. Lindworm is dragons in this universe. Yeah, let's see. Where's favorite enemy not show? You are correct, you just hit 15% favored. Acid Blood removes all negative physical traits. Gain basically every positive physical trait in the game. Extra hit points and extra damage. And the Acid Blood effect. Let's see, what would be a good perk then? Sure. Honestly, do you really need Fearsome? You're going to kill things before they even suffer their morale effect. Honestly, probably Assured Conquest, honestly. Bonuses for doing well, which you are going to do well no matter what you do. That or Clarity. Clarity might work real nice. 10% extra Ignore armor. What's the Ignore armor on this? Actually, we'll go for Clarity. Because that could get you 2 bursts out with Mince. Patience is the key to understanding the world around you. Unlocks Clarity, which grants 2 action points the following turn and 1 action point after that. Doesn't work if you have a status effect or are 50% fatigued. Hey, it's got the old quote. A well-honed mind can perceive more in each instant, making time appear slower in key instances of need. So just to make sure no one's going to die from getting smoothied, because I'm pretty certain you've only taken the 1, but let's see. There you go. You've now inherited your destiny and become a dragon. The main problem with Perfect Focus is that you do need recovery to make it effective. Oh, that's why. You're still sick. And not in the sick kind of way. You're like just vomiting on the ground. Bernard the Trademaster is found outside and surrounded by raucous peasants. You yell over the crowd and display the lindworm skin which you have brought. The crowd quiets for a moment, whispers among its numbers, then returns to shouting. You purse your lips and elbow your way into the mob and demand the pay which you are owed. Bernard the Trademaster yells at the peons to spread out and let him breathe. While 2 guards stand close, he hands you a leather satchel. Good work, Sellsword. If it ain't all there, feel free to come back and kill me. I won't mind, not on this goddamn day. As you take the satchel and leave, a peasant jabs his finger at the mayor. Telling you that damn bastard, my supposed neighborly neighbor stole my birds. If you don't return them, I will burn this whole farm to the fucking ground. They're having a great time over there. While on the march, you come across a lone cow standing in a field. Not much to it, it's just a cow. But then the deer hunter sidles up next to you. He's gnawing on some broom straw and twists it around as he talks. So, what do you think can do it? You ask, do what? They smile. Sorry, cat, didn't realize you hadn't heard. We're gonna see if someone can knock that cow over. Say, seeing as how we can only knock it over once, how about you choose which one of us has a go? Kirchan's strong enough to do it. You figured the strong and burly Kirchan could give the cow a good tipping. Your awkward wording alone has the men laughing. But Kirchan respectfully bows. I'm honored, sir. He rolls up his sleeves and strolls across the field, striding over cow patties like a merchant stepping over the homeless. The cow looks over, raising a curious eyebrow. Kirchan nods. That's right. I'm coming. More phrasing issues abound. Despite the laughter of the company, Kirchan charges the cow. At first, he simply presses against its side, muscle and heaving with breath. The men laugh at his efforts, get him nowhere, but they quickly quiet down when the cow slides across the mud and the grass. With a mighty roar, Kirchan surges forward and the cow goes falling sideways, the confused... moo? Cuddle stands there slack-jawed. It was a joke. I didn't think it was actually possible. The company erupts in cheers for the strong man's incredible feat. Well done. Also gains a max fatigue. Nothing new in the way of gear. Death wish gained. Ah yes, he trained so hard he wishes to fucking die. That's rough, buddy. You know what? Sure. The path to martial prowess is beset by the weak and the fake. Only one can stand to be the greatest. I mean, the crises will infinitely repeat. What keeps the show going, so to speak, is people wanting to see the thing continue. I am, as ever, a slave to PR. And then we got the event immediately. Marching through the countryside, your feet are still tired from the strain of the last few days. Your marching is interrupted by a lean, young, and eager-looking fellow. Stop right there, rabble! He shouts to you and your company. Slightly confused, your mercenaries throw glances at each other, raising their shoulders. Call me. Reply, slightly amused. What the hell do you think you're doing, little wanker? Those rabble you're talking to will cut your throat just for fun. Didn't your parents teach you any common sense? Carelessly, the young man proceeds. My name is Sir Melville. It is I who will have to teach you some common sense. It is I who decide which throats get cut. One more insolent comment like that from any of you, and I will have you all hanged. Your mercenaries start to fall into laughter. Dragonhouse replies with an angry voice. Ah, you? I don't see your army, or is it the lordship himself which wants to do all the dirty work, Come here and try me. Sir Melville answers. It is not you I want to fight, it is Badass the Badman. I heard he's a good fighter. I want to beat him in the glory of my name. I demand a fight to the life or death. The haughty juvenile raises his weapon, pointing it towards Badass. Despite the fact a couple of meters separates the Sir Melville and Badass, you can feel the tension in the air. Alright, teach this little wanker a lesson. Badass heads off to confront Sir Melville, while the rest of the company observes from a distance. He's actually not super hardcore, honestly. I could do with the not bleeding problem. I could also do a lot less with the missing. Oh, he has... Well, shit. That's dead. Unless I can withdraw from the fight quickly. Nope, not looking like it, unfortunately. Ah, there is no retreat. It is seen, though. And that is why I am reticent to take favored enemy Swordmaster. Because those fights are really good for the character's development. Alternatively, you can just get smashed by the generation. He did have unhold smoothies. I noticed his armor was regenerating. So I think he had the advanced form of it. Does Badass even have smoothies? He has no smoothies whatsoever. We should stay on task and go kill Greenskins. Son of Mark. Like, I was trying to look for the more unique Greenskin contracts, but... oh, there they are. That makes life real simple. Night fight, which is not preferable, but whatever. Keep it tight. Kill the nasty berserker fuckers before they get into range. That's a hell of a leap. We love perfect focus builds. So goddamn killy when you can pull them off. And only useful for the first part of the fight. At least until you have recover. Took more stamina than I should have for that, but whatever. Oof. Be fair, it's dark out, so our non-augmented archers are suffering for the task. Jesus, that guy in the center is super lucky. Oh, fat ass of Lord is right down there. God, that is not very comfortable. Pop him. Oh, whoop. That's fine. Lake gang, lake gang. Well, there goes our unique ranger. Oh well. Ow. That's a kill. Flip him out. Can't rotate someone who's stunned. It's all good. Daylight savings fucks us all. You're Oh, you're panicking. Don't worry, you only have 1,000 more hit points to work through! Meow. Hey, Squirrel Wizard. Yeah, unfortunately, they're just dead. Oh well. Grab the goods and we move on. Squirrel Wizard wants to gamble. No. more lindworms. Let me get a drink and we'll be right to it. Hello, Jim Stick. Just had me a drink. We unfortunately lost us a ranger, but other than that, all is well. Your strand is spider, and that's it. You have not taken a second strand yet. Also, Kami gets another perk. Okay, then. Yeah, shared conquest is the way to go. Nah. Your aim's still perfectly fine at 104. What is your master archer at? 71 favored kills. You have killed a lot of archers. How sick is my Dragon Slayer still out for a while? People die, it's the nature of the business. Still, if you want the Lindworm smoothie, we could hook you up. Bodon will take this combat off because their helmet saved their life. Yeah, Nimble plus 162 head armor. Still went, took a, 40 damage hit to the head. 200 damage. Fucking hell, dude. You find Markov of Sonomark mucking about his personal library that's more cobweb than knowledge. He seems to sense your entrance and asks if you know about lindworms. Before you can answer, he wheels around, scroll in hand. I need you to go out to the Hinterland. We got a couple of them monsters on our hands. They're killing farmers, peddlers, hell, some of those folks were even well liked. I figured you'd just be the man we need to get these beasts off our back. Are you interested? You see his scroll unfurl to reveal a crudely drawn woman and her exposed breast. The man hurriedly rolls it back up and stows it behind his back. He smiles. Well, are ya? It wasn't even a direct hit, and he still nearly lost his head. Stallworms, more than one. This party is about to get very wild. The Crusade steps toward the hill with bones crunching under every step. Andronius Ibsiera crushes the company and points to the hilltop. Lindworms are curved about its crest as though to embroider the very earth. Seemingly sensing your stare, the beasts unfurl and slumber down the slope, some half-twisted like children rolling down a hill. Their maws clap and snap, tongues licking the dust out of their eyes, although looking like sleepwalking critters more than murderous monsters. But the second their feet step upon the flat earth, they seize up and bolt forward, their snaky shapes streaking across the boneyard, powdered bone meal roostering tailing up in their wake. Drawing your sword, you urgently order the men to formation. Ah, straight battle for once. Not used to that. Hello, Doofless. Oh, they're already in the line. Oh boy. Life gets very uncomplicated very quickly. I do not care for the acid burn. 83 versus roughly 80. Yeah, tie them down in close combat. The Stallworm dies immediately. No exceptions. Honestly, kind of a minor miracle that we don't have a dead banner right there. We got one. if the Achilles tendon's fucked. $72 versus $73. Pretty reliable with Duck. That is a very diddlin' worm. Leaping Thrust. So that is a rune of safety and a rune of endurance. More importantly, this potion further improves upon the previous strain. In addition to further improving the physique of the drinker, they mutate organs that allow them to take better blows in negative ailments. Sensory redundancy and reactive muscle tissue. This character accumulates no fatigue from enemy attacks, whether they hit or miss. Just to double check. Synapse blockage. Oh yeah, huh. It is true. As much as I would like to slurp that first, it is better on you. Because not getting... removing a source of gassing is very nice. I think you requested a safety rune, so there you go. You are runed with a 3 endurance. We can put you up to a 7. And let's get you your mutation train. Here you are. You enter Markov of Son of Mark's room, dragging in some lindworm flesh. He looks up from his desk, eyes the scales and the long sleeve of reptilian skin, glances at you, then glances at the paymaster and gives him a steady nod. The paymaster takes a satchel of crowns and hands them over. Markov of Son of Mark returns to his work, addressing you as he writes with a quill. Good work, Sellsword. Reports the bastards has died off in total, so I wager our money here has been put to good use. Leave the skin. I have a man who can fix up some mean boots with it. Did the Crusade just work to get this fool new boots? You shake your head and make your leave. Hey, he paid a shit ton of money for those boots, so I ain't complaining. No fucking kidding. Second. Anyone interesting here? Nah, just lots of taxidermies. Taxidermer. Taximacaroni. There's a small kill squad of desperados. If they wanna, I'm happy to play ball. That's fucking right, nobody wants to mess with me. They're all goddamn terrified of our little war band. Bang and Roosh want to shoot arrows for a while. Have at it. Bang and Roosh gain a single point of range skill each. Hey look, a Houndmaster. Not a very good one. Also, you can be assured that those, lindworm boots are gonna keep the everything out. So, where's the BCs that stalk your neighborhood? Nachos with some skin ghouls in them. Safety, but we picked up a few safeties from the dragon, so... Also, what in the fuck is this setup? That's a fair few skin ghouls. Also, why are we all... Oh, did you fuck up your speech? No, you don't have the ability to speech. Is someone double-tongued? Not sure why people are walking into battle with a bad morale state. Either case, this is a really bad place to fight these dudes. But there's no running from them, so we just gotta deal. Smack. Can't get in there as of the current time. He is morale broken. Beauty. I'll even be kind and wait out the rest of the turn to see if the skin ghoul lives or not. Hunt them down. There we go. Easy bag. Got the skin ghouls, let's get back to town. Back to base. Let's get her going. That's a lot of orcs. That's neat. Well, there's a mercenary band that's about to get wiped out. Not my concern. Actually, what does the taxidermist have for us? We can make stolworms. Like stolworm hoods. Potion of the blood. Some antidote. And, why not some helms? So they fit in the slot 3. We will hide that. Probably should actually give the dragon hoods to people who very desperately need the defense just in case. You're already wearing a very fast helm. God, that looks so fucking ugly. I have to give it up. I have to give up the plate, which made him look like he had multiple headbands, which sucks. 3 and 4 are the same slot. They're both vanity slot. Honestly, I don't think I really need the Lindworm parts. Surprisingly enough, it's not the Lindworm parts that are the parts that we want to hold on to in perpetuity. I have a legendary handgun, so I don't need a spare. Honestly, the Swordmaster's fencing mail kinda sucks. So I'll grab it off of somebody else in a better format. Also, I have so many mushrooms. So many fucking mushrooms. I think you're the only ghoul we have in the party, so I don't need to be super concerned about keeping Skin Flare on hand. As far as I'm aware of, you've had, yeah, you're looking for subdermal clotting. Yep, you have, Skin Ghoul. Yeah, I don't think anyone needs upgrades to their current strains. Yeah, you have Scrat and Unhold, I believe. Yep. We'll heal in 10 to 13 days. Fuck. I kind of don't want to fight in the arena, but on the other hand, that's like optimal. Hello, champion. Wait till the next turn to go full out. 66, rolled 90, 62, rolled... Fuck. Just very unfortunate on that result, but it happens. Alrighty. Honestly, you could just probably beat the... Yup. Just go ham. Next fight is... Nachos. Let's get in there. how could I still do the... I mean, I won't complain about it, just like, you're not supposed to be able to do another streaking attack like that if the front target is dead. Six hyenas. Who has anti-hyena? So that could get us more direwolf progress. It is Jake, so we will bring Jake to the field. I'm a selfish dick and want to get more fights. And Rouge hasn't had enough fights, so there we go. That lines us up nicely. Formation. They do. Rouge has made it up to Arena Fighter. Next step is 3 Gladiators. What is your 4th slot? You do not have a 4th slot yet. I also don't have spare hyena capes as of the moment. We haven't been down south in, as one would say, a pretty long time. Yeah, the cloak, the upgrade, the rune, and the chain layer are all open, but on the other hand, you're looking at about a 19 for armor. You might need some lighter armor. On the other hand, you're making it work, so if it works... Rip your net off, break my net. Easy. Everybody brought a kill home. We are now fighting unholds. I'll let you come out to play on this one. Gonna be a greedy dick. Then I'll bring out oh, wait, you're an Invictus. So that means Abe's the one who's gonna be our tank for the day. That'll do. Easy. Free gladiator harness. Alright, nope, they are losing. They even have named characters and they're getting their ass whooped. Holy shit. Well, they did their job and pinned them long enough so that our guards could handle them. Few are brave or stupid enough to walk into an orc war camp. You reckon the company can provide plenty of both. A cat is on Count Albert von Grumman's table. He pets it, the feline scrunching up to the scratch, but then it suddenly hisses, bites the man, and sprints out the door you just came through. Count Albert von Grumman dusts him off. Fucking animals. One moment they love you, the next, well... He sucks a drop of blood coming from his thumb. You asked if you should come back so he can nurse himself to health. Very funny, Sellsword. No, what I want you to do is go east of Windberg, take on a group of Greenskins inhabiting those parts. We need them destroyed, scattered, whatever the word you like, so much as they're gone. Does that sound like something you could do for us? You come to an old man standing in the middle of the road. His body's leaning into a walking stick. He's staring up at a road sign. He shakes his head. I know there's a sign here. I think Hornsted is that way if I recall correctly. He turns to you grinning, his eyes glinting white, blinded by old age. A very nice, expensive-looking jeweled ring glistens on one of his bony fingers. Travel safely, old man. Also, I just fixed your problem like 5 minutes ago. What do you mean you're still running into issues with the local wildlife? Apparently they grow lots of fruit here. Anywho, it's coming up on the morning of the dawn. Let's go get him. Yep. Sorry, brain was processing very quickly what needed to happen there. Yep, install that, and now the shooters can do their thing. Though they are very lucky and tactically smart. They have positioned themselves well where I can't very comfortably get a lot of their shot in. Give me fury, give me death. Again, do not want those berserkers to live any longer than they have to. They are the priority shots. Also, the enemy's naked usually when they're berserking, so easy shots too. Thanks for setting up beautifully, you idiots. Their elite should be up. He's up there. A dangerous position to be in, but not the worst in the world. A fireplace. You don't want to know what they've been cooking there. Given its greenskins? Yeah, you really don't. going wide. That's a kill. You do a lot of damage to the shield, but not enough. Honestly, perfect focus, so I can step and then do some slaughter right there. Honestly, I kind of made a mistake. Probably just needed the 2 cuts, and I've already spent 2 fucking turns straight doing perfect focus, so I kind of wasted my turn. That we should fall in love with luxury so much that we overindulge in it. A reminder that beating orcs to death takes a hot minute, even with your hands. That's not great. That'll do. The beating shall commence until the orcs are dead. Dead to the last. A bucket of red paint. This is a common but much needed color that is used from shields to the finest artwork. It's colorful but easy to make. A man in tattered and dented armor comes sprinting towards you, his arms tied behind his back. You did it! I can't believe it! Sorry, let me explain my immodesty. I was captured by the orcs a day ago as we tried to take the camp. I think they were about to put me on a spit when you showed up. I took the first moment I could to make my escape. Now I see you and your group might be worth joining. You ask the man to get to the point. He does. I'd like to fight with you, sir. I've got experience. Been with the Lord's army, a mercenary, and, well, other things. Sure. Who are you? You are just a flat free sellsword who starts at level 10. Get him light armor mastery, and he's actually not bad. But he does start with greed, which is unfortunate. I mean, that's honestly not that bad. I mean, it's a free level 10 dude. And I guess I also have, like, a shit ton of money I don't really know how to use at this point, so... I guess Colo, student... Perfect fit... I mean, I guess he's a free dude, so... Medium armor... Oh, he's got the veteran group. Alright, that's not bad at all. Give him lithe, in the zone. That's 28 right there. Take off the great helm. Let's see. 28 plus that's 32. Noble leather bumps that down to 28. That is 24 plus 8. That's 32? Yeah, it's 32. He shall inherit the straw hat. That is 34. Now we need to get him dodge, and we need to figure out what weapon type he wants. So I guess for the guy who wants to be a warrior, or a frontliner, who shall inherit? In the meantime, he can sit in the back and get his bearings. If nothing else, if we don't have an inheritor for him, we can just put him back at the... Hi! More lindworms! Okay. You know, it's pretty funny we've gone from the entire game without running into lindworms, and all of a sudden there's a whole shit ton of them. Like, oh my god, so many lindworms out of nowhere. A hot meal is what any man needs, but a hot meal with a couple of sides and entrees? Well, that's something else entirely. Your purchase of diverse foods have given the men, has the men gleefully chowing down and feeling good about life. Yeah, because we can afford that shit, and we can loot that shit. Flagek states that he once heard a story of a lindworm that killed someone without eating them. That's right, they said it spewed green water and the man just melted into his own boots. Said it looked like soup with his shins for stirring. A disgusting tale, but one that hopefully keeps the men rightfully on their toes. The lindworms can't be far. Where in the fuck are these things? Swear to God. Just lindworms on this one. Up front. Build up. Thankfully, my shooters really can't miss at this range. We're also keeping them pretty wound and tight. They don't have a lot in the way of maneuverability, so that really hurts them. Loving that bleed. That's a lot of friendly fire. Not worth it. By the way, you know that we're an overpowered company, that we can just front-face goddamn lindworms. Normally, these fuckers are supposed to be extremely spooky. Oh, gassed. I can do another round. Another Lindworm kill. There we go, we got our 15%. That was a hell of a throw. Take the breather. Oh, that Lindworm just wants to bail. It is completely feared out. Ah, there's a Lindworm behind him. This one has no fear. Not sure if that is to be commendated or found to be regrettable. Oh, Nelly, that's close. Bring home the treasure. The battle over, you have the Lindworm skim and dressed for anything of value. It isn't long for the field to stink of the skinks. The overly large lizards being shorn from the scales that once protected them. Their sickly glistening musculature bared for all to see, yet nakedness and vulnerabilities wrought upon the once and always monsters. Lady Deborah snorts and runs a sleeve beneath her nose. She nods at her handiwork. Nothing more than a common creature, just a shade larger than it ought to be. Damn right. You order the men to collect what they've already got, and ready a return to Gilsmer of Brunenthal. This was a task like none undertaken by the men of the company before, to fend off an entire invasion by some of the fiercest foes man has ever faced. A foe that could not be reasoned with, whose alien mind knows not mercy nor compassion, but that of only war. Orcs and goblins had united in a savage green tide that threatened to wash away the race of man. Under a pitiless sun at day, and by the light of burning towns at night, the company campaigned against the green menace across the borderlands, rooting it out wherever it raised its ugly, scarred head. The men faced many a hard battle, and that made many a sacrifice, but it was all worth it. The crusade prevailed. After a savage struggle, after uncounted days where each man's life seemed to hang on the roll of a die, the green tide finally seemed to ebb. As orcs and goblins scatter back into the wild, you know that the world of man is saved. For now. Bit of a light load, but we're going to return back to base for a moment. You come across a handful of soldiers from House Grimmett. They tilt their caps at you. Evening, mercenaries! Not sure if they're about to attack, you make a subtle nod towards Silo. He puts his weapon within hand's reach and nods back. You return your attention to the soldiers, giving them a friendly wave. Their lieutenant steps forward, grinning. "Oh, mercenary! We have little use for you in this world now." Slowly, you lower your hand, hovering above the pommel of your sword. You ask what the hell he means by that. He laughs. "Haven't you heard? War's over. The Greenskins were routed from Windwalk just a few days ago. Scouts report seeing them bastards running for the hills every which way, fighting among themselves. The orcs killing the goblins, goblins killing the orcs, just a full-on rout. So yeah, noble houses need not pay your sorry ass anymore for nothing now, because those real soldiers got it under control. Now why don't you and your pathetic lot clear out of the way? Us fighters got places to be, understand?" "Handle him, Silo." The soldier's lieutenant glares at you. "Do as I said, Sell Sword, or there will be trouble." Ignoring him, you give another nod to Silo. He gets up, the blade of his weapon loudly scraping off the dirt. The soldiers turn to the mercenary. As he hefts his weapon into both hands and stares back, as the lieutenant starts to talk, Silo blatantly interrupts. "Such, little man, I see softness in your skin, not a scar to be seen, eyes as fresh as the day they were born, hands as smooth as untouched candles. If you was the fighting sort, you'd be out in those battles you speak of, not out here pissing to the wind. I'll give you two options because I'm feeling nice. First option, you listening? First option is this. Go to where you're going and don't say another goddamn word." He pauses to hold up two fingers. Option 2 is a mystery. Speak, and ye shall learn of it. The lieutenant's eyes have gotten a little wider, and his mouth infinitely quieter. He glances at you, but all you can do is shrug. After another moment, the soldiers hurry away with a determined silence. Silo laughs it up, but the incident has you wondering if perhaps it's finally time to retire. How many more of these cock-ups are in your future? How many more battles? How many more dead men will you have to bury? The company would do well standing on the foundations you've built for it, but on the other hand, if you retired now, what adventures would you miss out on? You meet a monk on the roads, and besides him, with him is a donkey-pulled cart, the poor draught animal carrying its head in low, mute exhaustion. Broomstraw and Vervid Moss are strung up to one side of the cart, both twisting eagerly in the very winds that dried them, and some pots and pans clatter like rustic wind chimes as the modest wares come to a bumbling stop. The barrel tighter's on the edge of the cart's bed, and a couple of bees sway to keep up, poking and prodding at the cracks with thirsty curiosity. The monk lifts a wool hat out of his face, but the lip of it folds back down over his eyes. He takes it off altogether and passes a sleeve across his brow. Carrying a jolly smile, he seems not at all disturbed by the veritable living armory standing before him. "Evening, gents. Don't suppose you're the kind to meet and march beneath Lord's banner? You look like sellswords to me. What is it you carry?" "I was thinking you'd ask. This here's Bessie, a cow's name for a donkey's arse. Don't worry, she won't kick ye. She's all hot out, see? What's she carry? Well, that's beer for men yonder, so they may drink to men above. If you don't mind, or if you don't mind my business, I'd like to get on where I'll be going." The monk picks up the reins of his jenny as he readies to start moving. "How many crowns for a round of beer?" You hold your hand up, stopping the monk before he can get going again. He sighs, slowly lowering the reins out of hand. Feeling as though he may be getting the wrong impression, you quickly ask if he has beer to spare for your men. You are more than willing to pay. The monk looks back to his stock for a moment, then turns around. "I give your men a sip for a crown or two. Don't mind the bees round the top. They'll scurry when you come, but if you scurry when they scurry, they'll scurry after ya. Strange little gits." You ask the man how much he wants. "I wager 10 crowns a head will do. I'm no businessman, though. Might be taking advantage of myself here." "Round for the whole company." You agree to pay the man what he's asked for, and he opens his arms in invitation. Your men pop the lid off the cask and dip their cups in. They come to sit in the shade, sipping tankards and exchanging beards. The monk bids you a good farewell, and the men all lift their cups to him in a loud, increasingly slurred cheer. Prost! Do you want to fuck with me? No, you don't. You know the end is coming. Well, boys, we're on expedition now. There's a light armor. That will give him dodge. Could be. That's nimble. Where's the dodge? There it is. Gives him a very significant boost to his survivability. Kira-chan with a 16 because with a free perk from the Lindworm. Kinda wish we had favored Greenskins here, but we don't. Mercenary, why not? I shall go where the blood is. Nachos. That'll do. Hey, DDG even dinged. DDG is now an arena champion. He's getting somewhere. Do you have promise potential? That we've already grabbed it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hyenas, get Jake out on that field. That'll do. Three gladiators. Let's get brawling. Actually, does the weapon store have any good bits? That's a great scimitar. But nothing else. What's the armor store got for us? A very nice helm. Honestly, we're kind of at the point where it's like, most of our gear is already pretty fucking good. And only clear improvements can really make a dent. So we'll just keep with the drip that we've got. Next up is more hyenas. A lot of puppies dying. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait, you don't have favorite enemy direwolf. Oops. Then who did? Because I know someone picked it up. Or was that gentle food before they ate the death? Oh, wait, it's actually been bang with the fucking direwolf. Oops. Well, whatever. In we go. That'll do. Blade Dancer and Nomads. Let me into the fight. Not the finest rolls I've ever made. Okie doke. A lot of whips on the field this time about, actually. That's like 3 whips. Holy shit. Bang dings. And there we go. Bang even gets a perk out of it. What is... You get slash and lunge and riposte. That's how Duelist works. Let's give him his Sword Mastery, give him some fun perks. Alright then. Put my mercenary into reserves. Get this man his punchies. All right, we are prepared. Dragon House could return to the front. Give him the safety rune. Why do I have 2 juggler books? So, now we just need to kill 24 people in a single combat. That is not going to be difficult at all. We will start north and start sweeping south. Or there's a small camp right here. We can get to work with them. This will be a start. I'm debating if I want to keep the orc soundtrack or start putting on some custom tunes. Anyway, this is a berserker camp, so that's fun. They're upon us. Can't pass through there, it's a little tight. He's actually pretty damn close to just outright death. Oh, whoop. Thank God swords are incredibly lightweight to swing. Doesn't look to be any champions in this first rotation. The first of many boneyards. You find Kami holding up the bare foot of Dr. Rex. Naturally, you inquire just what it is they're doing. The anatomist straightens up with a tweezer in hand, and pinched between his prongs is a huge splinter. Rex wiggles his toes and then gets back to his feet. He walks around, then quickly plants his foot and pivots and walks backwards and forwards. I'll be damned, I thought I just busted my foot or something. Turns out I've been walking around with a huge-ass splinter for years. This feels great! Instead of throwing the splinter away, Kami confines it to a wooden box where other medical curiosities are rolling around. I best not see you using that as a toothpick. Yeah, you just regrow new teeth. You don't have to be concerned with your current teeth. Ooh, right in the windpipe. He's dead. Not dead yet. He still has some life to him. The kill secures are nice, though. Commence the Fury chant. Forward onto dawn. No, I take you for a ghoul. Yeah, the runner went south, so that's the only concern we should have. Combat's over. I said it's over. Go run back and tell your friends we're coming. Actually going to take a second to evaluate where the armor's at. I think we suffered a little bit of armor damage, so we'll take a minute to repair. Also, capture, unhold, or smuggle item. You know, if I really wanted to, I don't. I was curious about something. Anywho, our gear should be repaired and good to go. Into the thick of it. Our strategy is firm and locked in. It is a very working strategy. This another... No, it's not another Zerker camp. Like, that's a lot of Zerkers coming out of the opening. It's not. Shoot! Shoot for all that is good and holy. And that's his armor completely ruined. We love that. Shoot because I command it. Shoot because I demand it. Not looking good for the bad guys over there. Though Mr. Man with an unhold splitter still kind of spooks me a bit, because that's still a fucking unhold splitter. And all it takes is one bad toss for that to go very wrong. So let's throw up some defense. Thankfully, he hit his friend in the head, and not us. There we go. Ripping on through. And he's beaten to death with our own hands. I could probably handle one more camp before having to pull back with the loot. Stuff of Legends. Reach 8,000 renown. First time I have ever done that. After the fight, Lady Deborah sits grazing at her feet, looking completely knackered, as do the others. That was the battle I was born to fight. Now if I die, it'll be among the bravest and deadliest bunch of men I have ever known, and I'm proud to call them my brothers. This is met with a chorus of weary assent all around. Peasants talk of sweat, blood, and tears, but the men of the crusade have walked through fire and prevailed. 3 times the men shout the company's name, tired but victorious. In the days to come, you find that wherever civilized people gather, they point you out and whisper, whether in fear or admiration you do not know. Everywhere you go, word of your mighty victory has traveled the land before you. So that's a slaughterer, who looks very different. Well, we don't have anyone with favorite enemy orcs or goblins, so we're gonna run into situations where we just... champion spawns are not increased. We're just not a party that likes killing greenskins. This is pretty much a business venture rather than a venture for pleasure. Fury chant. Hit those bingo bango bongos. Bases eventually respawn over time. You will not be put into a situation which you cannot essentially play the game. That's a spicy position. Oh, God. A reminder, when Big Fuckboy, whatever, he gets a turn, the miracle is surviving it. And that's his body armor getting crunched. It's dead. Bags are full. To Leinster. And, our banner is high on drugs again. Enough! I'll have the bloody demon whipped from you. You have Lady Deborah taken to an ad hoc whipping pose. She lays limply against the wood, her fingers splayed out and pinching and clenching. She looks like she's chasing butterflies, and she carries an absent look when Vodon hides him fierce with the whip. At first, the whipping does nothing, not even as it snaps across the woman's back, leaving crescents of crimson. But after a few strikes, she wakes to reality and begins to scream. You come around to face him, ask if she'll swallow her addiction. She nods hurriedly. You let him get whipped again and ask again and again. She nods. Another whipping, another question, another answer. So this goes until she is broken and whatever ailed him is gone. But we are in such good moods anyway that getting whipping, unlike the last time when Heighton retired because of taking care of his alcohol problem, she's in such a good mood she's willing to abide by the fact. By the way, I have enough money to sit around for 452 days. That is not normal. Also, I now know where the goblin homes are. One, two, three, four. That's a goblin. 5, 6. Wonder if I can find Goblin Home. I'm gonna see if I can't make the expedition to find Goblin Home. Meep meep. Hey, Ninja Zombie. Not sold anything rare. Is any of my food going to rot? Doesn't look like it. Nah, still the same inventory as before. Smithers, release the weapons. I can make another skin ghoul armor. It's a medium armor. No, you're light armor, buddy. You have a 3, not a 14 on the torso. Honestly, dump the full halberd. And that helps you out. Yeah, no, shit's heavy, buddy. Anywho, I wonder if I could do the double knockout again of my objective, so... The Greenskins get to live for a little longer, because what we're trying to do is find the Goblin City. Oh hey, those are just random redback spiders. Doesn't look like there's much avoiding it, so we're gonna have to fight them in the, in the woods. Not something I'm super fond of, but we'll make it work. Because they have cocaine-level movement while we're very much struggling to move. Honestly, quite a few people have been waiting for redbacks. The face when it's cheaper to just flash step to the location. That was not your smartest move, sir. There was no smoothie out of them. We got a bunch of redback, which is great for poison. You come across a wooden totem with curvatures cut into it. Koto believes they are traces of the night sky, perhaps of this constellation or that. The Lord Commander spits out and says that all that it means that you're in Orc territory and you better pay mind to that than what the lights in the night sky are doing. There's a Necromancer circle. Don't think that's the... Yeah, no, it's not. So, because it would just be the Goblin City. I also do not think that is the proper Goblin City. Oh, no, it is. Fuck. Andronis Imsar shakes his head. May the old gods have mercy upon us for allowing such a sight. The Goblin City is sequestered between opposing mountains. Saying the goblins built their city around the mountains is like saying a soldier sheathed his sword into his enemy's chest. The gibbering Greenskins didn't add to the terrain, they desecrated the place whole, putting mines where trees used to be, constructing a maze of rusted shanties and lean-tos, raising cultish totems and digging primitive sacrificial pits, piling unused timber as though the mutilation of the mountain was not truly finished without blatant waste. But beyond the goblin rubbish does stand the central core of the city, a number of towers unambiguously set apart from the riffraff. These are clearly ancient requisitions, the stonework being unlike anything you've ever seen, and surely beyond the greenskin scope of construct. The goblins walking among the walls are upright and boastful, as though invigorated by being allowed to stride in such hallowed grounds. Nestled inside the fortress seems to be some sort of higher nobility. Well-dressed goblins with servants mucking about, which means the same things it does when it comes to humans. There's good loot to be had. A rare sight are those are the little ones running about. Families, if that's what the Greenskins truly have, will mean that that will mean that a fight here will be a vicious one. The little maggots will have more to protect than just their savageness and greed, and that which must extend itself beyond its own vices is also that which has been weakened. What's the plan? After observing the city for a time, you know that you can't simply assault it head-on. There are far too many to take on. With the numbers already on their side, it is even likely the families of the goblins will partake in your slaughter, and you only have enshrined the city whole with further experience in slaughtering humans. So you wait and think. Then the man approaches. He's bound in light armor with a leafy hood used to camouflage the metal beneath, and a multitude of swords clank from his hip, and a spear yokes across his back one way and an axe the other, and a bandolier of potions chime as he comes to a halt. You can't see his face, much less his eyes, and he's dripping with the blood of recent action. Despite their cruelties and cruel appearance, the goblins are in a way a civilized group. They will respond to violence that is at its base nothing more than senseless savagery. If you wish to draw them out, then you must do so as the orcs do. My plan was to slaughter as many as I could find in the fields, raiding parties, scouts, the like, but it's just as well that their encampments are destroyed in great number. Together the carnage will be a pincer upon their fears, for they fear reckless orcs more than anything, and will seek to preemptively snuff them out. The man nods as though you've already agreed to something. So choose, traveler, the manner of which you wish to have this city laid flat. Slaughter their raiding parties and scouts, or burn their forward posts. Whatever you do, I'll do the other, alone, and we shall meet here when the summary of our actions is obvious. We'll take on the forward posts. You tell the stranger the crusade will pursue the destruction of the encampments. He nods. Excellent, traveler, excellent. The goblins send raiding parties frequently, and holy shit. Huh. Sorry, I've just noticed that the frames have been dropping, apparently. Again. Why is that the case? I'll finish out my reading, then give me a second to go reset the net. The goblins send raiding parties frequently, and when they come home to ashes, they will return here, spread the word of destruction, and be let out. Very well, we have a plan, and by my own experiences, you need only march to around 5 encampments. You take their posts, I will take their parties. He heads off, but you call out asking who he is, or perhaps it would be better to join together. He ignores you completely and walks away. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna go fix this. So, yeah, second. We look like we're back in action. Yep, looks like we're back in action, boys. We are indeed, as one would say, so back. Anywho, we're gonna go kill a whole shit ton of goblins now. Hello, Brass. Hello, Godel. Now, because they have fortifications, we can't exactly just sit back and have them march to us. That would be nice, but it's unlikely to actually work. These are the bad gobbies, the not socially acceptable ones. Yeah, those ones. Yeah, we'll go with that. You have indeed recovered from Dragon Smoothie. Which is dead. There's not enough of them to really warrant a full-on, you know, run him down. Just get some people over there and it should be over pretty quickly. Minted silver coins. Look, treasure's treasure, man. Oh. Dragon House lost the flesh tunic. Fuck it. Get the whip. Get the fucking whip. The man was driven to drink, so you plan to drive it out of him. You order a flogging. A few of the men drag the drunk away. He is hiccuping and moaning, his head bouncing a lull as he's seemingly unaware of what's going on. They string him up beneath a tree and shed the clothes off his back. After a few lashings, the drunkard wakes up to his punishment and begins crying out uncontrollably. He begs for mercy in a tongue blurred by drink and pain, like a man fighting for freedom from a nightmare. Orange is fine. Red is bad. Man's military. I'm sure he understands. Oh, that's... Is that sheer fucking cliff face? Cover! Wolf Riders are present. This time, Kodal, you'll actually be running into the front with melee weapons. This is because trying to get up this hill at any decent speed is going to be fucking awful. We're assaulting a hill fortification. This sucks. Oh, there's 44 of the fuckers on a hill, too. This is, not looking good. Now, I can't shoot up from here. We're making impact. Banner is very likely to get whacked at this rate. Though they may focus on the more forward targets now that they're presenting. Really, I can't Nightshade bounce up there? You fuckers. Not a smart idea, but they're able to hit us anyway, so pull them back. Get the flying fuck out of Dodge. You know what time it is. Put the fucking boot to him. Now let's see where I can jump. Beauty. Hello there, fuckers. Unfortunate. Oh, what the fuck? Why was your skill to get him out so bad? Yeah, their formation is so densely packed that any shot that goes wild has a very realistic chance of landing kills. Don't like that one. That is the correct move, however. Unlucky. Wow, needs 5, rolls 1. You lucky fucker. You're pinned for now. I will give them credit. They've been holding out pretty well on morale front. We have managed to get over the hill, at least. Take a breather for the turn. That's handled over there. When it comes to the weight class, goblins are kind of light for Punch Boy. I think they're all gone. I know there's still a runner. But that's pretty much who's left. We're done here, boys. Bit of a rough one, but otherwise we handled it just fine. That's a lot of goblin smoothie. Quite a few specialty bows as well. We are RTB. Give you Berserk finally. You're starting to actually get into positions where you're using it, so... Requires piercing damage. Maybe that works with a bow? You know what? Why not? 142 will. You have 35 cost reduction on top of 25% less cost reduction. Nothing will mind control you ever. Mind over body, because why not? God, the southern part of the map is infested, dude. We will not be hurting for fights. And I really hope you enjoy fighting Greenskins. Because by God, there's more Greenskin. Honestly, I'm trying to figure out why I was keeping these gemstones around. I don't think there's a particular reason, so... Because you need uncut gemstones for the thingamajigger. I love resale. And they only get richer with more gold. It's a super good dagger. Unfortunately, it has no damage up, so not super relevant to us. Because it ain't better than a redback dagger. So let's see, 5678 ignores armor. That's aimbot bow. That's slightly less damage, but more ignore armor. Honestly, yeah, I'll take the extra ignore armor. Your bow is a matter of... Take that bow. So I don't really need hit odds. That's my archers taken care of. That's a 7. Yeah, my weight is... I could actually put that on if I wanted, still maintain my perfect fit. But I like the Norman helmet, it gives me a bit more grip. On the other hand, I could expose my beard with that, so... Not sure, I'll take it. Already carrying too much bullshit. Oh. They will not sell us good price on silver here. Alrighty. Next up is food supplies. Have to reevaluate where those are at right now. Those will keep. Actually, we also have a lot of books for sale. Scrat. Cat of Nine Tails, Bit, Barter, take the ammunition storage. anything from the taxi? That might be useful to just have in case I need it. What's it take to make redback daggers? Because I know I can make more. No worm. Fuck's the redback dagger? I see redback helm. Oh, dagger's right here. Need a rondel. Cloth, metal. I don't. One of the cloths in my inventory, or rather, in my cave. Why not have two? Alright, that is 18, which whatever, that's poison immunity, except I think you already actually have that. Yeah, it's actually not super necessary. There's 11 and 6. Little more dripped out. That should work nicely. Yeah, the hood would be nice. Unfortunately, most of my folks are a little kind of fully coked out on what their aesthetic looks like. Off to kill some goblins again. And it's in the fucking woods. At the very least, it's not on a fucking hill. Banner can stay right where it is. Total can go back to actually playing the instrument instead of running up a hill. Ended up being kind of a waste, but eh. The fencer is in the back lines. Life will not get any better for them anytime soon. Ah yes, the fencer now has the ability to lunge multiple times in the same turn. That was the secret weapon he needed to become truly effective. This is very smart and a defensible location. But by God, do I wish I would ever take Pathfinder in one of these. I just find it incredibly difficult to justify the expense. Because don't get me wrong, absolutely a good perk. Just kind of a case of it has very specific use cases. And I do find myself wondering when I can slot it in. Because it is annoyingly also one of those perks that are all about, well, it's useful in very specific situations, and outside of that, it just wastes the slot. Yeah. You're thankful to have it, it's just hard to get it. Like, the only easy way to justify it is, like, say, on one of your scouts. Or your outflankers. Everybody decides to beat the shit out of each other for no particular reason. The goblins apparently didn't kick our ass hard enough, so we beat each other up just for fun. Look, people have killed more people in the arena than wars have killed people. We are just a wandering band of sociopaths at this point. And I think everybody's fine with that. God knows we're not human anymore. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Grab. Grab. You know what? Diving deep. The fencer is in and tearing through. Pretty sure they all got strength in numbers. Wow, I still get hit by that. Cool, I'll take it. Well, they're sallying out for battle. Not the bees! The bees actually kind of suck. Actually gonna take a breath. I did do a lot of combat and jumps last round, so... The best kind of soundtrack. The gargling blood of goblins. There's a unique cadence to their misery. Yeah, unfortunately with the bees, that's a -50 to everything. And yet somehow we still aced the hell out of that. Huh, he actually survived a headshot. That's actually very impressive. Rotate him in. Rotation's another one of those luxury perks that, while very accessible and sellsword updated, Realistically speaking, you should not be able to get it that easily. Oh, boo. It fatigued me just enough I couldn't get the last strike in. Yeah, they're pulling back. The fight's won. As one would say, they have no hope in hell. Actually, that's a Nomad unique, ain't it? Yeah, no, it's not a Nomad unique. It's just a Noble Tunic with base 53, which is actually a very good base armor. Oh, hold on. That's the shipwreck. The men are scattered across the battlefield, still breathing heavily after a hard fight. As you survey the ground, so does the banner and Voron scout for valuables. We advance, they retreat. We fall back, they harry us. Fire a volley of arrows and they take cover. A shield wall is prickled through with poison blades. At a charge, they scatter like bugs. Those damn things they fling at you will fly through my dreams in nights to come. Voron pokes a dead goblin with his weapon, and satisfied that he is very much dead indeed, knees down to take a closer look at its belongings. But the more bitter the fight, the sweeter the victory. He stands up and meets Lady Deborah's gaze. The more bitter the fight, the more alive I feel. Come on. They slowly continue on to join up with the rest of the men, stopping here and there to look for things worth a crown or two when next the company makes it to a city. The ship is wrecked amongst the trees, some which have long since started to grow through it. As far as you're aware, there is neither sea nor river for miles. Slugex walks up and halts at the very sight. By the old gods, is that a ship? You sigh until the company stay here, while you and the very observant sellsword go to take a look. See what secrets lay inside. You step into the bowels of the ship. It's completely vacant, save for a stump with an axe head chopped into it. Slugex looks at it. There's an axe head. Nodding, you say there is indeed. But the metal of it carries veins of a sort of golden hue. Getting closer to the stump, you can see embers floating upward out of the wedge. Slugex taps your shoulder and you find her pointing into the dark of the ship. Skeleton, dead one. Just faintly you can see the pale bones. As you draw near, the clothing becomes apparent and readily obvious as royal attire. There's a cracked ale horn in one hand and a molded loaf of bread in the other. His jacket is blown open and shredded by splinters. Upon closer inspection, some of the wood is embedded into his brain pan. Inspect the stump. Seeing how the skeleton and his beer and bread aren't going anywhere, you leave it be. The axe head, however, draws your eye again. Slugex walks over to the stump and the glowing wedge. She tries to take it out, finding no luck there. She steps back and kicks it further in. The trunk cracks in twain, and the sellsword suddenly flies upside down, and the axe head shoots the roof of the boat, and you can hear it clunk and clatter down its sides outside. Debris and smoke drift lazily about. The sellsword gets up and pats herself off. What in all the hells was that? You shush her and point. A little golden goose squats where the stump's base used to be. The sheen of its metal glows and swirls. You've heard of stories of a golden goose, but never thought they were anything beyond that. Is it real? Slugex stumbles forward. Sir, what are you doing? You wave her off and pick the golden goose up. Holding it in both hands, it feels oddly warm, and it isn't exploding or melting your face. You can feel its metal rippling ever so slightly against your fingers. Might even be growing? With the treasure safely huddled beneath your elbow, you wonder why the skeleton didn't fare better. Slagax walks up and touches the golden goose on the head, but quickly recoils. You ask if it burned her. The sellsword purses her lips. Really, sir? Was it not obvious? She sticks her finger in her mouth. You tell her not to be so snappy with her commander, or you'll throw the goose at her and see if it makes short work of her as it did the skeleton. The woman shrugs. Oh, look at the man chosen by the shiny bauble. Put a blade beneath its wings so it can knight ye, or hells, why not put it on your head and call yourself king already? You look down at the goose. A drop of red blood runs down its length, turns gold, and drops to the ground with a tiny plink. You pick it up and bite it. The gold smooshes satisfyingly in your teeth, and you then throw it to Slagax. It does not burn her this time, and you realize you may have found the genuine golden goose from the tales. The tales tell true! So not super useful to us this late in the game, but a small golden goose statue crafted from solid gold. A tiny golden egg mysteriously emerges from the statue once a day. 50 crowns is 50 crowns. That ain't nothing to, stick your nose up at. You can have the goblin trophy for now. Nachos! Oh, hey, the ancient mausoleum's here, too. Only half of the temple's entrance is visible. The long rest since sunk into the earth as though unsure whether to be a coffin or a mausoleum. Along the visible frieze, you can see a stony relief of tables being thrown and moneyed men running from what looks like an armored skeleton with a whip. A few of the mercenaries seem uncomfortable with the idea of going in, but you've the notion that others have felt the same way as well and thus have left the place unmolested. You take out a torch and enter with a sellsword spirit and a robber's resolve. After gathering supplies, you crouch and enter the temple by slinging your legs over the earth and jumping into the steps below. The clap of your boots snickers into the marbled halls, and you wave the torch before you as if to watch the echoes go. Looking back, the light between the shelf of the earth and the temple top silhouetting your company as though they were a throng of sextons satisfied at their work. Badass shakes his head and says he's coming with. The rest of the company mutually agrees to keep watch. We'll go in. The sides of the halls are blanketed in military mosaics so large they're more fit to a whole campaign than any singular battle. One parcel in particular stretches seemingly forever down the hall, a scene of an armored man running roughshod over what looks to be a barbarian horde so thick in number they lose humanity and begin to look indiscernible from bugs. Your torch bulbs and dims in the dark, the light bringing the artist's battlefield to an orangish life, and in the corners you find depictions of righteous torture and outrage. Between the lockstep forces and the disassembled mob, it looks like order and chaos have come to clash. And while order is surely set to win, it is chaos itself which is driving the way to victory. Badass whistles! You look to see his torch flaring in the distance like an Ignis Fatuus. You run over to find him holding a vial of a strange liquid inside. The sellsword swings his torch to an alcove in the wall. A marbled post hold the center and a throng of skeletons at its base. I found the vial on a pedestal here, and I see two more like it yonder, but they're behind gates. You ask the sellsword why he didn't tell you about the bodies. He shrugs. They ain't breathing, then I ain't caring. You want to try it for the other two flasks, or no? Let's do it. You find the next vial set behind the chest-eye gate. The flask itself is grasped by the stone claw of a wingless gargoyle hanging down from the ceiling. There are a few glyphs on a slab in front of the gate, but the words are ancient, and even if they weren't, you're not sure how well you'd be able to read them anyway. Suddenly, a voice booms overhead. A flock of birds are in a field when the hunter comes along. The hunter draws an arrow and yells out as though in pain. A few birds fly up, the hunter kills them. More birds fly up. The hunter kills them just as well, and he begins to cry as he collects their bodies. More birds fly at the sound of him. The hunter's crying and killing. He can hardly knock arrows fast enough, and he has to pause to wipe his eyes. One bird turns to his friend and says he should go console the man. What does the bird's friend say in return? Well, we have a few insightful options here. So which one, lads? People getting handsy. The hands. Never mind his tears, watch his hands. The voice is silent for a moment, then returns. Correct! Jolting with ancient engineering, the gate slides down and the gargoyle lowers within arm's reach. The vial's rigid guardian staring with a static aplomb. You grab the vial and hold it close as though the monstrous stonework might come to take it back. You wave your torch around and demand to know who is speaking. The voice laughs, but that is all. Badass looks at you and shrugs. Well, we got the treasure, did we not? No harm in trying for another. Might as well see. The last vial is behind another gate, an unsettling one to look at just by the architectural standpoint. There's not mere stone bars here, but twisted iron spires scarred with scoria and slag, and the gate is not at chest level, but at your shins. The vial itself is on a further rise, meaning you have to reach under the wall and then up again to get at it. The voice returns. From me, all comes to being. From me, all shall be in the end. When a man crosses the earth, I follow in his footsteps. You stand in silence to look at Badass. He shrugs. One for dust. Dust, dust, dust. Everyone speaks of dust. Dust. As soon as the word leaves your lips, the gate jolts up. You pensively stare at the remaining gap. Badass crouches down and slings his arm under the gateway's top and gets at the vial. His fingers scrape its glass while the gate's spires rattle in their catches like a bear reluctantly letting someone brush its teeth. The man finally pinches the vial between two fingers and scissor flips it into the safe embrace of his palm. He stands up and hands it over. Simple enough, huh? You nod but then turn around with your torch and yell out, demanding to know who is talking. There is no answer. A brief search of the darkness turns up no hidey holes or dugouts, but you do find scraps and notes with drawings on them. The pages seem to indicate the vials are capable of killing Wordagangers with but a single touch of the liquid within each flask. There's also a sticky paper with a crudely drawn woman on it. Whoever was here, you don't care. You take the vials back out and return to the crusade. They draw swords at the sound of you, then sheepishly sheath them once they see your face. Sorry, Captain. Thought you might dead and walking. A walking dead man. Well, we got the vials for just that problem now. So this is another location on a hill. I am ready for this to suck. Okay, this isn't the worst it could be. That might be annoying. Nah, it feels too risky to jump. It's standoff, it happens. He's dead. Rolled 4 twice. Rough. Sometimes your job is just standing there and taking bullets. Or in this case, missile fire. Now I make my move. Yeah, the crossing alone just kind of sucks. Oh, the fucking ghost got in the way. Damn it. This is for fast strikers. This match is 100% our shooters and our fast strikers. Quite a significant amount of the force simply just can't make it in. Yet the position we hold is still very damn important. That was not Puppy's smartest move. They hit their friend in the back of the head. Most funny. Ah, out of ammo. Got the dog with that one. Or the wolf, specifically. Need fresh ammo. That is a big old pile of bodies. Just enough gas in the tank. It's over. As it turns out, strategy works out very well to counter these little bastards. The metal that's in better condition will sell better. Anyway, back to base. Because that's the 5 we need before we can go raid the big city. Nah, we don't really need poison. We already are the poison. We are the cancerous poison. Well, we can now go do Kraken, or we have the Kraken ambition. So, we'll keep that in the background. And then the ghost children stole our goat cheese. Rude. Alright, back home again. Wow, some of my Mastercraft rations are actually going sour. Alright, sure. I don't think silver spoons actually turn into silver ingots. Oh, no, you can absolutely make them stretch out. Alright. However, it's going to be cheaper just to do it individually. Right? We like cheese around here. The local grocer robs from me at least a good chunk, a good decent petty bit of change because they keep putting cheese on sale. I don't like that. I mean, I like that, but I don't like that. So here's the interesting conundrum you run into with the Golden Goose. Generally speaking, you can sell it pretty, like, get a good chunk of change. I could get it for 4,000 right now. However, there is the idea of don't sell the Golden Goose. There's a reason for that. When you lose it, it's gone. If your campaign goes longer in this circumstance than 80 days when you found the Golden Goose, you are going to start making a profit on it, just by having it in the inventory. Lump sum change, on the other hand, though, can be very good for you. However, I'm in not a particular need for money. As you may have noticed, we are drowning in it. We are almost up to 700K's worth of goods. So I think it's fine to keep, as one would say, the Golden Goose. Now, how much are they going to buy silver for? Oh, baby, that's money. We have now officially broken the 700K threshold with interest. Munition stockpiles are very good right now. Food supplies should last us an extensive amount of time. Nothing new in the way of interesting range weapons. That may actually be a Warhammer we want. Roughly comparable to the Warhammer in terms of damage. We lose about a point on the max and 4 on the minimum. Slightly better at destroying. Not really. It didn't get more effective against armor. It ignores armor, but hammers aren't really good at killing people anyway. So I'm looking at that going, maybe, no. It's unfortunate, but no. Okay, then in that case, I think we are prepared. Tarn fits level 20. Squirrel Wizard is ready to rejoin the front, which means the entire team is ready for violence. We have our destination. Let's get to work. Yeah, by the way, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 named characters in that. On a hill. Holy shit. I know I'm hyper lethal, but fuck. With so many goblins taken care of, it's likely word of their deaths and annihilations will reach back to the Greenskins city. If the goblin expert is as learned as he seems, the goblins will overreact and send their armies out, leaving the gates largely undefended. Perhaps it's time to return to the goblin city to see if the stranger's summations ring true. There's also Black Monolith right there. Just bang out 2 legendary locations while we're at it. I want this to be a day fight. I want them to see me coming. You return to the city, but the stranger you met earlier is nowhere to be seen. However, what is seen is an enormous contingent of goblin forces marching out of their city. They're in lockstep and clittering loudly. Their leaders sit atop saddled wolves, with their war banners tilting side to side as though it were a fleet set to sea. Goblin families stand perched at the gates. They're throwing handfuls of bones upon the marchers, and sometimes you see a human or dog limb get tossed down, and whichever goblin catches it holds it up like a trophy, and the surrounding troop cheers. It takes a full hour for the army to pass, which time the goblins at the gates recede back into the city, and a few guards mill about. There's still plenty yet to put up a good fight, but not enough to handle the crusade. Let's see if I can't put on something elsewise for this. I've been having something in the back of my head for the longest amount of time, so... do I want the more energetic version or the calmer version? I'll go with the calmer version. Fits a singular bard playing us out. And if this doesn't work out, I could just put on, like, Warhammer music, so...
Of all the trees that grow so fair, old England to adorn, greater are none beneath the sun than oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Oak of the clay lived many a day, or ever Aeneas began. Ash of the loam was a lady at home, when Brute was an outlaw man. Thorn of the down saw new Troy town, from which was London born. Witness hereby the ancient trial, oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn.
Oh, hey, flankers.
Fall of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. You that is old in churchyard mold, he breedeth the mighty bow. Alder for shoes do wise men choose, and beech for cups also. But when ye have killed and your bowl is filled, your shoes are clean outworn. Back you must speed for all that you need to oak and ash and thorn. Sing
Thanks, shamans.
ash and thorn, good sirs. All of a
Oh god, there's one coming from the north.
Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Tell him she hateth mankind and waiteth till every gust be laid, to drop a limb on the head of him that anyway trust her shade. But whether the lad be sober or sad, or mellow with ale,
they're also really scattered in the
he'll
front.
take no wrong when he lieth along, neath oak and ash and thorn, saying, oak
Going in.
ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn. Oh, do not tell the priest of our plight, for he would call it a sin. But we have been out in the woods all night, a conjuring summer in. And we bring you news by word of mouth, good news for cattle and corn. Now is the sun come up from the south, with oak and ash and thorn. Sing oak and ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. Surely we sing of no little thing in oak and ash and thorn.
There's quite a few dudes coming from the north.
Ash and thorn, good sirs, all of a midsummer's morn. England shall bide till judgment tide, by oak and ash and thorn.
Okay, maybe not the best song to use, but, like... it's been on the mind. Now, what else we got? It is more of a Germanic game, so you know what? We'll go with this Landsknecht song instead. There we go. Yeah, this is more fitting. You're the bard. You've got the authorization to sing what you damn well please. Spur us forward, master of the minstrel. A little bit of a deep dive, but fuck that shaman. That's gonna get someone killed. That risks friendly shot, but we can assassinate the shaman. Which? Gotta step up. It is. A little tighter than it looked, man. I will say, well, it would have been cool for her to have like a sort of like city in the backdrop or something for us, you know, rating their stuff. I understand why they did not do a thing. Because this is a vanilla location. I think this is part of the first DLC they made. So, definitely a much younger period of Battle Brothers' life.
Wir würfeln alle Tage Glück. Dem einen schenkt das Schicksal viel, dem anderen Mühe und Plagen. Glücklich auf, Kameraden, den Becher zur Hand, 2 Sechsen auf den Tisch. Die eine ist
Ah, whatever.
die andere ist für dich. Würfel, dass die Worte kracht, nach Alterlandsknechts Sitten. Schon mancher, der das Spiel verlacht, verschwand aus unserer Mitte. Rückfisch auf, Kameraden, den Becher zur Hand, 2 Sechsen auf den Tisch. Die eine
I think they're all dead for the most part.
wir unser Glück und ein gut Gelingen. Vielleicht auch bald das Genick, wenn die Granaten singen. Rückfisch auf, Kameraden, den Becher zur Hand, 2 Sechsen auf den Tisch. Die eine ist für das Vaterland, die andere ist für dich. Doch Furcht, die ist uns unbekannt.
I think we've won the fight at this point. They're all kind of dead. And the defenders are routing. Okay, there's your break from the constant green skin music. Audio back on. And this is why we are here. The Emperor's Countenance. It is a 300 armor, 18 fatigue, 2 vision, -2 vision, Reflex 25% of damage taken in melee back at the attacker. A mail coif that protects the neck, a golden helmet and face mask showing the visage of an emperor from an age-long past, imbued with mystical energies. When you hold it into the light, it almost looks like the face were moving and making expressions of disgust. A huge crest of feathers is arrayed behind a helm. The Goblin Vanguard vanquish, you march on the city to ransack it. Tiny goblins are slain and scalped or beheaded. More yet scurry around you like ants, each carrying something above their heads like human skulls or treasures, and one sprints madly about, toting a flagpole with its banner of flame, another dances with the decapitated head of a wolf. Your men turn over huts and shanties and kick out leaners, and anything found breathing is put to an end. An ancient fortress of goblins used for a city core is set upon with a pillager's eye. You enter the halls yourself and there find a blind goblin crawling with a wreath of human femurs hanging from its neck. The Greenskins jitters and clampers in your general direction, no doubt sensing your presence. Through a pained grimace on its face means that it senses the annihilation of its people. You gut the Greenskin and leave it to die on the stone floor. Your mercenaries run on ahead into a council room full of elders and cut them all down in a murderous frenzy that has limbs flying and fingers scattering and blood shooting up the walls across the tables. You head outside to the castle yard. Here you find piles of dead humans, some mutilated, others charged. One stuffed with a torch as through his ribcage were a brazier. Past the corpses, you spot the wolf rider kennels. You have the wolf cages burned and their trainers thrown in the fires to die with them. One of the wolves breaks free and sprints further into the city with a cape of flame for fur. It runs from abode to abode, barking and howling for relief. You watch as the flames rapidly burn thatch huts and straw-roofed shacks. Before you yourself are consumed in the fiery carnage, you order the men back out and watch the whole place burn to the ground. With the savages taken care of, you take inventory of the loot. Who is that? As you count the loot, the stranger who ordained this entire goblin-slaying strategy reappears. You can't even see the color of him, for he is utterly drenched in goblin guts and gore. He's got a few scalps in hand and a pouch that has ears and noses poking out of the top and blood dripping from the bottom. He nods. All is well, traveler, all is well. We did good. You ask him if he set the fire. He nods. Goblins stagger the rear guard in mazes of walls and mines. I shuttered their escapes to hem the population between two walls. Close the way out, close the way in, and set fire to everything. They perish quickly. I see you fared well. You can keep the loot. I've no use for it. He turns and walks away. You yell at him, this outrageous warrior, and how much he'd want to join the company. This time he turns back. Traveler! This joke, comedy, delightful. Truly, my work will not be stalled until every goblin has been destroyed. Fair enough, a man's purpose is his own. But you're curious, how many cities are out there? 23. Oh, sorry, did you ask how many there are in total? 23 I've destroyed, but still in existence. There are, 2, 3, I wager 4,000? Good travels, traveler. This time he departs for good. You look back at the crusade. They are in rare agreement. They wish they hadn't heard any of that. That few, huh? So, we get 2 of them. I don't think we're supposed to get that in the post loop, but fuck it. That's funny as hell. Honestly, you're kind of overweight as is. I'd almost say your next perk is brawny, just, get you some more weight. Because, yeah, now you're down to 50. Ah, that's the problem. I'll take a perk, why not? Honestly, my problem, well, quote-unquote problem is I cook off very fast. I can go for 2 straight rounds, which is ridiculous, by the way, but... let's go with battle flow. Glide through battle like a leaf in a stream. Oh, you get a perk. Camp cooking. Yeah, let's actually start being able to use those spices. I mean, to be fair, there's only so many blue helmets in the game. From a distance, the black monolith looked like a black tower tilting from the earth. The sky above was without blemish, as though the clouds and the birds were circumventing some unseen mountain. A numbness settled its hinterland, terra neither dying nor growing, and a cruel silence left the listless life no worse than no life at all. Adventurers went to it and did not return. Stories of their demise stacked high until their absence shielded the monolith whole, clothing it in such fear and menace no one dared to go near. But now the Thracian crusade stands before the obelisk like ants at the steel of a staked sword. Here you see that the structure was not built upon the earth at all. The obelisk rests in the pit of an abandoned quarry. Roads and paths sidewinder into the depths like some great and hollow terrace socket. Ropes carrying buckets hang across every gap, innumerable pails of dirt left listless like fireless lanterns on a festive night. More bindings hold the frames of bridges, the walkway planks long since fallen, and more yet wrap about the monolith as though a great bevy of men had attempted to pull it down or perhaps even correct its tilt. At the bottom of this abandoned pit is the base of the monolith, but to you this is only a guess. It has every appearance of never stopping its descent into the very earth and whatever is below. Shovels and pickaxes litter about its obsidian walls, with soil still clumped on their metals. Tarp looks at the scene. Looks like whoever was digging here got interrupted. The man's words carry far into the quarry, and there become so presently shaped an echo that you just about watch them go. Looking back, you can see the silence itself has followed you in, but even here at the edge of the pit is pensive and cut with ease. The decision to enter the quarry rests heavy on your shoulders. Let's go. Halfway to the quarry and rounding a long bend, you notice a series of hallways cut into the lower wall. You cast up a fist, the company seizes, bumbling into one another as the formation comes to a stop. Squirrel Wizard asks what's wrong. You put a finger to your lips. With the lightest of steps, you approach one of the ropes strung between this level and the very bottom of the pit. A pail filled with soil toters the tether as though jittered by your appearance. The pulley used to draw it up and down has long since rusted over. You draw your sword and cut the rope. The binding shoots back like a whip and the bucket plummets. It clatters side to side off the rocks until striking the ground with a metal pang and a cloud of dust. And just like that, the silence is gone. Pale men flood out of the hallways below, a stream of malignant miners and ditch diggers and haggard drawers and boots and capes of shredded shirts, shambling back as though returning to some long-gone work left incomplete. You try to count their numbers, but are mildly distracted when a throng of armored soldiers march out behind the mob. This outfit carrying polearms, shields, spears, and most dangerously of all, a sense of cohesion. No point in running out of the quarry, nothing in the land to run to. When you look back to the men, they're already drawing out their weapons. Squirrel Wizard nods. With you to the end, Captain. To the end! That is a lot of fucking lots of vampires in the back. I think in vanilla it's 40 on you. So they've bumped it up for Legends. Let me see. 8, 7, 6, 14, 8, 3, and 1. Yeah, so roughly about... Actually, that's 20, 15... Yeah, so about 40 dudes. There's still things that bleed here. Not many, but the entire vampire line in the back, very... Oh, doggos! Bone doggos. The vampires are getting closer to the line, but they're not... Ah, he's entering. Well, they're dumping all the breath in the same place. Crunch. Fuck. That was very bad. Got him. The question is, where is the Emperor? Because he should still be here. There he is. There's a scary motherfucker coming up. Honestly, I won't push that one. He only just casually has an armor score of 380. It's not that bad. Note that he is wearing the heaviest armor of the vanilla game. The Black Monolith is the hardest fight, arguably next to the Kraken, and the Kraken you just kind of need to solve. But this is just unabashedly the hardest fight of vanilla. That's unfortunate. Oh, dogs in close combat. Rotate out, because that is the safest thing you can do, because you will not win a straight-up fight with the fucking Emperor right there. But yeah, there's a reason why in the lead up to this situation that they basically speak of it with finality. Because one way or another, something is definitely ending today. Oh, he's trying to chase. Thankfully, the Emperor was not wearing a helm today, so Badass basically did the one thing that flails are known for. Hitting the goddamn head. It is, as one would say, a delightful crunch. But yeah, the reason why cleavers still get value even with undead, axes are a preferred weapon alongside flails, but HP damage is still really goddamn effective on the undead, because they don't have a lot of HP. They're mostly just brick shithouse hard to hit. Yeah, archers cry during these fights, unless they get to do mixed combat. Boing. Yup. Welcome to the Black Monolith. We got fun and games. Nope. Thankfully, everyone performed magnificently in this fight. So it's mostly just cleanup. Anyway, that is the Emperor's Armor. Also, that cleaver kind of fucking sucks. Anywho, pack it in, boys. It's disappointing, Bang the Woodman says as he looks at the slain corpses. He snorts and spits. Don't think disappointing is the word for it, though. They're just lying there, bones and coats, like we just fought a closet. No flesh, no blood. It's unsatisfying, and knowing that, thinking it's true, well, that unnerves me. You got nothing to say to such things other than there's a kernel of truth in that matter. If it weren't for the issuances of its lust, why the vigor for violence? Another sellsword calls you over, interrupting any solemn introspection. Sir, come have a look. You head over and spot a skull sitting on the bed of pauldrons like an egg in the bosom of a well-endowed southerner. The rest of its body is battered down and thrown to the winds as far as you can tell. What remains is a decadent slab of chest armor. It's covered in glyphs and treatments, fortunes and historical retellings, and embroidered with red tassels and combs made of bristly hair. You touch the metal, and the second you do, the skull beside it powders and blows away. The mercenary, seeing this, shrugs sheepishly. If you got magical powers, I won't tell no one. You slug the sellsword in the shoulder and tell him to load the armor into the inventory for later allocation. As the men pack up to leave, you hear a voice behind you. Never were. You turn back and the world darkens in a shrouded tunnel. Your men and their voices fading into the dark until all that remains is an elderly man at the light at the end of it, all that black, an unsteady flicker and warble of flesh trying to hold it. You approach slowly, getting a bearing on the speaker. It is a shrewd, elderly man, bent at the waist and bent again at the back, and his arms are thinner than a sword's hilt. You look back and see the world of dark had followed you forward, nothing behind but blackness. Looking forward again, the man suddenly is before you. He looks so similar, like someone you had seen in the past, and yet had forgotten, perhaps someone you had seen in your childhood, a dying uncle glimpsed on your fourth winter and his last. He is holding the candlestick with the wax drooping over his knuckles and rolling over his wrist. You were never meant to be, never were meant to be you, the one they call the false king. You wake up on the ground. The mercenaries are looking down at you with concerned stares. You alright, Captain? Getting up, you tell them that you just fell into a quick nap. You look back at the black monolith. You can see yourself in the obelisk's reflection. And it is your reflection alone. A shining armor once worn by the Emperor of an age past, made from the most wondrous of materials, imbued with mystical energies. Light reflects easily off the polished armor, turning the wearer into a shimmering figure of light during the day. So it's fucking heavy. It's fucking heavy as shit, my dude. But it's also 555 armor. It also dazzles enemies who are next to you. Meanwhile, the cloak. A cloak of the finest material that was rumored to have been worn by the last emperor. It's hefty, but increases resolve by 5%. Let's go home, boys. The helmet reflects 25% of damage, and is also heavy as fuck. Let's go back home. Waking from a most strange dream, you step out of your tent to find most of the company asleep, aside from the night owl Adrelion. He's at the edge of the camp with his back turned, but he seems to hear you approaching and speaks without looking. This is how it starts, Captain. The rage, the fever, that turns good men. Ooh. He wheels around to show off an actual owl he has caught. Its eyelids are half closed, probably worn out from escaping, and now simply humiliated being caught without any carnivorous purpose. You ask out of Reliant how the hell he caught it. The sellsword lets the bird go and shrugs. With my hands. I also caught this. He crouches and pulls up a hereto unforeseen corpse. Slick little thief. I happened upon him, discounting our wares, so to speak. I was a little too tired to talk, so I let my hands here tell him the shop's closed. I followed his footsteps out to where he came from and found his, let's say, accoutrements. You nod. Right, of course. You tell the man you're going back to sleep and you'll make judgments of its doings in the morning. He nods back. Right, Captain. I'll try to get some shut-eye myself. Been a couple of days. Or was it weeks? Oh. Didn't realize that it was not camping us. Casually defeat the Emperor. And then the most interesting thing that happens is just... Yeah, so there was a thief, and I beat him to death with my hands. How's it going with you? That cleaver sucks. Oh, that's the Lord. We'll keep that around. Because those are rarer to find, and not so easy. I mean, you can just ask for smoothies. We're stockpiling them, so... Anywho, let's see. How much of a weight increase is that? That is a very substantial weight increase, but you are able to shoulder the burden. You have Brawny, which makes that work. Arm also has Brawny, but he's wearing the armor of the Idrock, so... Actually, I could take off the armor of the Idrock to give him the Emperor's armor. And you can inherit the armor of the Idrock. I will take one of the Emperor's cloaks, and then the banner gets the other one. Or is that one nicer than mine? That one's nicer than mine. I'm a selfish dick. Well, there is Lindworm, which is just give you all the best physical traits in the game. That's 10 and 6. Well, Jake actually does benefit from Resolve, so you know what? They can take it. Why is your armor heavier? Oh, because your Emperor's armor is just flat better. Actually, here's what we'll do. Save you on some weight. This guy wants to just be hard tank anyway. That still lets you get in there because weight is still a major concern for you. Slug X dings. What's he got for perk? Get him set up to do mind over body shenanigans with an 84. That's not the greatest, but it's not the worst either. And he's over perked anyway, so kind of a who cares moment. Hey, you have the same exact head armor. Like, score. That's actually pretty cool. But yeah, the smoothies I can think of being useful are Lindworm for good physical traits, Vampire for 9 lives and lifesteal, Scrat for reduced damage from piercing, and Smarts, maybe Ghoul or Unhold for HP regen. But it is kind of true, without you being directly in the combat, it is debatable how useful that kind of thing is. Wait, whose armor is that? That's somebody's armor. So I'm not wearing the correct armor for themselves? It looks like everyone's in the right armor. Maybe it's an armor that belonged to somebody that, didn't make it in the end. Or maybe it's a spare that I happen to have. Do you have rondels in stock? No rondels. Yeah, those are armored gauntlet. The thing is that our guy is already using Cesti, and gauntlets are better with beating people to death, but he doesn't really usually beat people to death. He usually beats them to death enough that he can start choking them. So gauntlets help, but he's fine with what he has, because his Cesti are much more effective at choking people to death, which is his primary form of killing. Unfortunately, no, you're a light armor dude, and short of a very, very specialized piece of light chain, you typically put on either a plate or a chain layer, and not both. Like, I have a full chain set at 9, and that's fucking phenomenal. You're hoping for a chain sleeve that is rolling light into itself. Honestly, most people are pretty complete on their armor score. 196 for a light armor is pretty fucking good. Though your helmet's just your hat's a little heavier. Like, gear-wise, we kind of made it to the top. Everyone's kind of dripped out as is. But yeah, there we go. We went to go greenskin hunting, and we kind of just casually murdered our way across to the Black Monolith. Good stuff. We still got a bunch of greenskins we can go kill, though honestly killing the Goblin City's pretty fitting. I think at this point we're mostly just scooping up the last of the things to do. We could do Undead Crisis, but honestly, it's pretty much we got them fucking dead to rights. I do still need to modify Mr. Radagast asshole up here, or Kriegsgeist. Like, I know that's a major fight, because everyone there is a fucking champion. Up here, this dude is just Giga Chad cheater motherfucker. So yeah, for the most part, like, we go fight the Kraken, we go clean up some of the harder parts of the map, and that's pretty much the company has done everything it physically can. Short of something I am forgetting, this is a damn successful crusade, to say the least. I've got more money than God. I have achieved 2 achievements that, despite years of playing this game, never got around to doing. There's something to the south, I think, here. Oh. Free doggo! The doggo is an asshole! I'm going to forget about that. Something over here, maybe. The rare doggo asshole event. But yeah, we're just hoping to sweep up the last of it. All I can say is, damn good run. Damn good run. It ain't over yet, but, sunset's not super far away. Ah, yes, we have an invincible reputation. Fucking accurate. I don't believe they do. Because it gives you the poison quality, the mutated circulatory system, or not, it's not that, it's, fuck, what is it? The venom glands. Because it's from the venom glands effect, they are essentially the same thing. Some of the strands overlap each other. But on the other hand, I don't consider that to be kind of bad design, because, to put it bluntly, you may not get something, or you may get a lot of something else, so it's kind of a work with what you got. So, not everything necessarily needs to bleed into each other nicely. There will indeed be a break from the battling of the brooders. I will figure out what that looks like, but for the time being, the Crusade will make its rest, and we will continue to whoop ass in the distant future. Thank you all for coming on down. I hope everyone has had a good evening, and have yourselves a good night. Ba-ba-da-boy. Ba-boy. Ba-boy. Boy.